Good morning.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
This is a meeting of the Custer County Board of County Commissioners. Today is Wednesday, February 16th, and it is 9 o'clock. I'm Kevin Day, County Commissioner and Chair of the board. I will call this meeting to order. Let's silence your cell phones if you haven't done so already. And let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Lead us in that, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Kelly, could we have our roll call, please?
Commissioner Day.
Present.
Commissioner Kanda.
Here.
Commissioner Flower.
Present.
Attorney Clint Smith.
Happily present.
And clerk to the board, Kelly Camper, present.
Okay, we have a forum. Audience introductions,
Wetmore.
Wetmore.
Courtney Davenport, Wetmore.
Haley Bay, Wetmore. Ruth Roper, Wetmore Fire. Dorothy Carson,
Jessica Carson, Wetmore.
all right, and we have Jordan Benson, in attendance here as well, online.
James Gilbert, Washington, Foster.
Okay, if anybody online, would like to speak later, if you would please introduce yourself when you speak. And I would probably ask that the same here, because we're not, on video here in Wetmore, so that way the people online will know who's speaking as well. Are there any amendments to the agenda?
Yes,
No,
I
sir.
just noticed,
Hmm?
I meant to take planning and zoning off there. Off of there, because she's wasn't ready yet.
Okay,
Which one is that?
Under staff report.
Oh.
okay, so,
I move we remove, planning and zoning off staff reports.
second. Have a motion to remove the planning and zoning staff report from the agenda today. Any discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and, we did have a set of minutes. Did everybody have a chance to go through those?
Yes, indeed, and I move we accept the minutes from 7th. Error on that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes from November 29th and December 7th. Any discussion?
You, sir, will not affect the minutes, but we did not spend, $100 for the Upper Arkansas League Management, annual meeting. Per se, we don't need to change the minutes in my.
Okay, it was approved but not used. Okay. Okay, those in favor of approving the minutes from November 29th and December 7th signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner items, Tom.
Chairman, since our last meeting, we had a BOCC workshop to interview admin assistant candidates on February the 8th. February the 9th, I attended the Office of Emergency Management meeting down in Lang Hall, as did in the opioid Region 15 meeting yesterday. We're moving forward with that. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up, I didn't see any documentation pertaining to the consideration of SCED request for ARPA funds. Well, I've got some questions about that, but I can wait.
Okay. Bill?
Couple things, that is a good point, there's nothing on there for,
No, and I can't remember which one of you did.
I think I did, we did receive an email on that, let me see if I can,
They asked us to consider that in that email.
yes. So, if I have that. I will find it in time,
are they gonna be online, or is it something they need?
no, that I told Eric that, we would be able to do it because in our discussion at the meeting that one day, we had decided that we would probably be the ones that would put that request into our ARPA committee.
Okay.
And, I do have a couple of things, I think I have that here where I printed that out. Give me just a second.
Okay, well, while you're doing that, though, or you've got it right there.
I do have it. My apologies for not having that out. I do have the paperwork here, no copies made.
Copy machine.
Bruce, could I impose on you for a minute, please? If I could get a few copies of this material made, please.
How many? For everybody or just you guys?
Let's do 4, then
4?
we can have some here and we can have one to look at.
Okay, thank you, then we didn't need to talk about it. A lot of things happened since we last met, I can't believe it, it's the 16th, like 2 weeks, and there's like 4 weeks of stuff crammed into it. Big snowstorm was the big one, and a couple more, which we needed. We did have a OEM flood mitigation meeting on the 9th that, is interesting. I think, what the end of that was, for the public to understand is that there's gonna be some handouts or some things that'll be available to figure out, where you find something where you are with the new update. Very interesting meeting. It brought back a lot of old memories because there was a big flood up here, 500 years flood back in the 66, 67 timeframe that, we had pictures of from there. Anyway, we had a meeting with the airport board, and, it was out of cycle, but it was, we wanted to talk about the grant we've got. It's, $75,000, and, with the match from the airport, it's about $200,000 worth of, activity that'll help with the, runway maintenance and, mitigation with that, on the, cracks, seal, and paint, and that kind of thing. But, I wanted to mention, along with that, I want to pat the road and bridge guys on the back because they're doing a good job out there. And, also got a lot of accolades with the road and bridge guys too on the snowstorm. Guys out there early and doing the job and getting drifts busted. You said something about a snow blower today, is that when they dug it out of mothballs?
Yes, they, had that out, the one they've got mounted to the front end of the Komatsu. They did take it up by the pines yesterday on some of those, they were blowing shut faster than they could keep them open, and they took that out, and, I think Sherry went and followed them around a little bit and posted a little bit of video, so.
Yeah.
It's impressive to watch.
that, along with that, I had a pat on the back too, for Scotty Camper doing a job up in that area, and I think he had a bit of accommodation by some citizens. But I had a request from the fair board. We had a fair board meeting, and they need some plowing done, and I think I mentioned that to you. Get ready for weighing in the animals for the fair. And so it was kind of a unique way of asking the road and bridge point of contact to ask the road and bridge supervisor to ask the saddle club manager plow the snow for himself, because he is the guy that plows the snow out there. and so that'll happen after this next snowstorm. I don't know how much is going to come. See what happens. Huh?
Looking like right in town, we're not gonna get much.
And then I understand Road and Bridge is also in the process of selecting their deputy for the road assistant. Be announcing sooner. Maybe has.
That has been done. I can speak to that here in a minute.
Okay. I think that's, and then I had a nice meeting with J.D. Henrich on the, how the airport board was wondering how the hangars are not only leased, but how they are taxed and how the tax assessment works on it. Worked with not only the state he's been doing to point out how they are taxed, and it's pretty good system that he's got. After JD gets that work, I'll talk to him. All I got for now.
All right. Few things. I was going to bring up, that underfunded courts grant. I know that you have been on an email conversation, with them about that. And I believe those monies were never expended as far as what they were looking for. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe. Commissioner Candace said he was gonna.
Yeah, I did, and I was going to bring that up. I should have brought it up now, but point is, Tom gave me the point of contact. There's no phone for it, so I asked her for information and wanted to talk to her. And what she did send me was a big dissertation on how you apply for the underfunded grants. So then I talked with Lisa Rowe as well to try to find a phone number to discuss that with. But as far as I know, that's true. They haven't been expended, and I'll find out if on when we can do that. But haven't been able to get back to it. I had a call into Lisa today to see if she had any. You never found a number, did you, Tom? Because I asked you. Well, it's and on the website they don't have a number either, except the just her information without the phone number. Keep trying.
So what I saw is, I think in that is if there was a way to, if we were planning on trying to use that moving forward, then we could apply for an extension on that, I believe, or else if not, we're not gonna use it, there's a form in that she sent you that we can turn it back, and then if we needed it in the future to reapply.
Right.
There, I believe, is a question on the, at one point there was an AED at the fairgrounds. Unsure of,
Tell everybody what that stands for.
the automatic,
Clint doesn't know.
defibrillators, and, so I had a visit with, Guinevere on that, and, Alyssa had brought one to her, early on, and I think it was there for that first year at the fair. She is unsure if Alyssa came back and picked that up or what the status of that is. And in our discussions, there's only 1 week out of the year they need one, would have a need for one anyway, so there's probably not a need for one at the fairgrounds, except during fair. and we discussed maybe having someone could loan them one for the time of the fair. I have not been in contact with, Public Health to discuss it with them or anything yet, but I know there was a question on that particular AED. And then I did go to, last Thursday to the Upper Ark, water meeting in Salida. Then participated in that interview, those interviews as well, and then the FEMA water meeting. Visited with Vince from Road and Bridge. The graders that are on order should make it to Pueblo this week. Hope. And then he has selected his assistant supervisor, and that is Scott Kemper. And the last thing that I have is the heaters in the planning and zoning offices, I guess I should say. Both are out, and they are outdated, cannot get parts for them. The blower motors on both of them are shot. I have had, been waiting on a call back from Michael Thiem. I was able to finally get in touch with him yesterday. Been out sick, but he did send me a quote last night, and I will here. Those are, there's a pair of them, one in out by Kayla's desk, and then one in Jackie's office as well.
We're considering buying new.
He is unable to find parts for those. I guess that was an issue the last time that one of the blowers went out as well. They did finally find a blower motor. And for the installation and everything involved on these, would be $1,400 a piece for those, and they will be 4 to 5 weeks out.
Spring, it'll be fishing.
It's, at the present time, they do have portable space heaters sitting there by their legs and try to stay warm, but that section, that rock walls and stuff kinda, when it gets cold, they keep the cold as well as they keep the heat, so. But that being said, I don't know, given the current situation, if we could find anything to get in place quicker than that. If nothing else, they'd be in place for next winter instead of waylaying that. So I did not know if we wanted to make a decision on that or not, or put it on an agenda for a later meeting.
Well, you can't get it in time. We're ever gonna have plans to redo the heat here.
Three here.
Of course, having those around for other reasons too isn't a bad thing. It's not that expensive.
I would move to go ahead and authorize purchase and installation of those 2 heaters.
I'll second that. I think it's a good.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to accept the bid for the replacement of the 2 heaters in the planning and zoning offices. Any discussion?
We have a maintenance fund now that has some.
I believe so. Yes.
There is one more heater in the office.
We need 3 of them, is that what you're saying?
So we have 2 electric space heaters.
Okay. What is there in the IT department? I'm sorry, I could not.
You have one of those also, I don't know if it works, I know you use the same.
You're not using it, you're saying?
Offer a friendly amendment to my motion, then go through the whole process, but
I agree.
That was my question. If we ended up having to have 4, they dropped to $1,100, I think. So, that's why I was asking about that.
If you have an issue, it's all done, all is there, you know?
Yeah,
Right.
Technician.
it is. So if we needed the 4th, that would drop our price from 14 to 1,100. But if, I did not know if you guys needed that one or not.
well, Mr. Chairman, I would withdraw my motion and
I agree.
Okay. May.
I would move we replace the heaters in the north side of the courtroom or the county building as needed. Up to no more than 4.
I'll second it, then we
Okay, I have a motion to replace the heaters in the north side of the, county building as needed, not to exceed 4 heaters. Any other discussion?
Just in case you don't need it for it, I'm gonna leave it there and save $300. There. They're hard to get.
They are. The ones that we're getting now are a newer model that would replace, they're similar to this, a little better,
we'll get
wattage,
for it no matter
but, so. Okay, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, I will contact, Mr. Thiem and let him know that.
Second.
And that is all I have, so you had something
Yeah, I had
additional?
one thing, we were talking about, fair and all that. Fair board meeting was great. I was very impressed with Wendy Rusk and how she handled the meeting. Very well. It's gonna be, they're working very hard with, Saddle Club, Scott Camper, and I'm looking forward to that. Did they get you the new, all the members that they've got now? Fair board, you're up to date. All our stuff is current. That's all I have.
Okay. Mr. Smith, have you got something for us here today?
There's a few things since our last meeting on the ninth. On February 7th, I attended the Planning Commission hearing on the short-term rental application. It was actually the second attempt on this same short-term rental. Both sides were represented by council. Planning Commission did vote to make a recommendation. I saw some deficiencies in the procedure that they were utilizing, so after that I prepared a memo that I sent out to all of you as to how I would recommend that they proceed, including using the word recommend, because that's what they're supposed to do in their habit to just say, I move we deny, or I move we approve, as if that's the final word, and of course it isn't, so. And I shared that with, in addition to it, the 3 of you, with Jackie Hobby and with Vic Barnes, the chairman of the Planning Commission, and Vic was very supportive of it, and he sent it out. I think there's a couple of, people on the Planning Commission that want to still do it the way they've been used to doing it, but hopefully we can kind of get them to follow this procedure, because everything does come through the Board of County Commissioners, whether it's a recommendation to approve an application or whether it's a recommendation to deny. And if it is a recommendation to deny, and that's what you ultimately vote on, then the next step, if the applicant wants to proceed, is an appeal to the BZA, Board of Zoning Adjustment. So I did that memo. And then back at the first of the month, you received a demand letter from an attorney on a certain matter. And I did prepare a proposed response to that and sent it out to you, I think, a couple of days ago, for your consideration. The demand said they wanted an answer in 30 days, so they have some time to, well, the letter was dated February 1, so, we're getting toward the end of that deadline, but, I think maybe we were planning on talking about that during the executive session, but I do have to leave at noon. I have a physical therapy session with Tara at 1 o'clock, and I really do need to get back then, so if I don't know if we're gonna get through that in time, or if we have time to talk about it in executive session, but.
You could always break, or if we're in executive session.
Well, then you gotta chase all these people out of here.
They would like to stretch their legs.
Right. Anyway, I just wanted to.
It's warm and sunny.
So, and that's what I've been doing since our last meeting. I don't have anything else to report.
Okay, thank you. I guess, comment on that, we'll see how the time is looking and, to make a decision on that as we move forward then.
Because if I get up and start hobbling out and Ruth hands me a whole bunch of cinnamon rolls to take with me on the way, I'm good to go.
I'm taking it that you did a very good job on those,
As usual.
Okay. Do you have anything for us, Kelly? That brings us to the point to where, we can have public comment. If anyone, we'll start here in the room, first and then go online. If anybody has any public comment that they would like to bring about anything that's not on the agenda, please do so at this time. Anybody online? Okay. We have removed the staff reports, off of the agenda. Is there any unfinished business that anyone has here?
Not here.
That will bring us to new business. First item that we have is consideration of hiring the BOCC administrative assistant. And I believe you have stuff for us there.
So, I'm just gonna pass out the application, or rather the response from the interview with the candidate that I believe would be most fit for this position, candidate C. So, on what you all wrote during that interview and the application, that would be my recommendation to hire.
Thank you.
Okay, get the discussion. I move that, we accept his recommendation and hire candidate C.
I have a second. Okay, I have a motion and a second to offer a position to candidate C. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Can we start immediately? 'Cause we've been without one for quite a while.
Immediately being today, no,
Tomorrow?
the candidate did say that they'd be able to start tomorrow, as long as they take.
It is tomorrow.
And at this point, I guess we would normally have you contact this candidate and see if they would accept the offer, and that would be for the posted, wage, and being able to start tomorrow and get a response for us. And and I will leave that up to you on how to do that.
Sounds good, I'll drive as far as I need to get this
Okay.
thing.
And then if we could get that response back, you know, and, so, I know so I'll just leave that in the ball in your court on that right now.
I'll go do that right now.
Okay,
Can I fix these?
you may.
I have to have a resolution to move money back and forth again, don't we?
For this? No.
Pay cycle, so
That's later.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Okay, we will revisit that, I guess, when we have that back. The consideration of the SCED request for the ARPA monies, and that is the copies that you did receive now. And, American Recovery, oh, great.
American Rescue.
American Rescue Plan Act. Thank you for, it goes under a couple of different acronyms. There's another longer acronym that goes by as well. I went ahead and, printed, their request from, SCED, which is the Southern Colorado Economic Development District, of which we are a member. And they have made a request, they're formally asking that Custer County join their broadband project and contribute 1.5% of its ARPA funding to that effort. The information that they have, which is accurate, shows that request would be for $14,766. We are part of a 13-county continuum, I guess you could say, that are members of this. I believe Custer County and 2 other counties have not committed those funds to this. The funds would be used to underwrite staffing costs for a full-time broadband professional, and part of the grant writer position would be covered by that as well. It's directly concerned with broadband funding. It would prepare a middle mile implementation project, and some of this would go towards with an EDA grant that they are working on. Provide a small match amounts for preliminary engineering for identified projects, to assemble coalitions for broadband projects and secure funding for those projects, and to emphasize public and private partnerships, but with an overarching goal of securing broadband access. And they have, the surrounding counties now around us have already committed, including Fremont, Chaffee, some of those counties. I think there's 3 out of the 13 that have not committed funds at this point. And,
just a question, that sheet, it shows that Bent County didn't, Custer County didn't, Los Animas County, and Barrow County.
okay, so there's 4 then. And then Pueblo County, the city of Pueblo, they deal with totally separate than they do with the county, so they have a separate situation with them. So I guess there's 4 counties that have not committed at this point. And
if everybody
this would be,
might be good, that might be good to put on. The bottom line is, everybody contributed in the district is $1,291,367.
that is correct.
For with all the main counties in the city of Pueblo, that is.
And just for informational, our cost on this, if it was approved through our ARPA and ultimately through us, would be $14,766. If you want to go to Fremont County here, theirs would be $139,382. Huerfano County is $20,095. So they would be about 5,500 more than us. We are one of the lower counties on this list.
How soon do they need to know?
I have given them a timeline of what the timeline is for our ARPA committee, and so that would be the timeline.
So that would be, the committee's gonna look at it then, is that what you're saying?
Yes, this today would not be for us to circumvent the system. This would be for, the vote today would be to vote whether or not we were going to submit an application to the ARPA committee to move forward with this.
They would prioritize it over all their, in their process, however.
That we would submit an application to them because we had decided already we would not short circuit that unless it was an emergency case.
Good.
Yes, sir.
So this don't have the budget for ARPA funds, but is it the best use of our money? Like just a grab. You're gonna do it no matter what. In Custer County and Wetmore. What are they gonna do?
That is a good question. One of the specific things that is highlighted under the American Recovery is infrastructure and broadband. That is one of the things that is at the top of their list for your usage of these monies. And the committee that we have is using all of the guidelines put forth. They finally got an interim, it's not an interim rule, it's a final rule, on the guidelines on the use of these monies, and they are considering all of that, as well as whether or not you have tried to get funding from other sources and being able to leverage the money to get the best use of the funds, and something that is sustainable moving forward, it's not a flash in the pan, so to speak, so that we can utilize the monies to the best.
So I shouldn't ask this question, but what type of strings are attached?
On the recovery, we need to make sure that we follow the guidelines on that, because there will most likely be an audit on how the funds are used. This is, to the best of my knowledge, one of the very few cases to where there's not a string or a rope or a chain attached to these monies.
I didn't use the chain.
So, this is one of the things that came about because of the COVID, and so their money has been put out there.
Motion first, or you wanna keep it?
I think I would go for a motion, sir.
I move that we accept this as a process where we would apply for the funds to the tune of $14,700 requested.
Second. So I have a motion and a second on the floor to move forward with submitting a request to the ARPA committee for SCED in the amount of $14,766. Discussion.
Okay, so the reason I made the motion is we do have a committee, if you haven't been involved, and it's been in since this was first allocated to us, and that was a requirement we made sure the committee covered the spectrum of the experience and the people across the county. It's a good committee, and their job is to prioritize it. We don't have a lot of money. We've got less than $1 million over 4 years to spend. We're getting the second load of that soon, so we'll have a total $1 million in the treasury. It's here, so, you know. And the committee's already committed a few dollars because there was a couple emergency things that had to be done. So it's a good process, good questions, because it doesn't necessarily mean it'll go to that, depending on whether the $14,000 would better benefit us in the long run with another project or being added to whatever that committee becomes. Those are publicly, will be available for people to be involved in to hear what they're doing. It's not going to be behind closed. So we'll see how these funds are being. And online now, like Kevin just pointed out, all those rules are posted. That Kevin has the link because he's the lead for us on it. That he can send to anybody that wants to go to sleep at night quickly. The county sheet, because it's a big document, but it's worth looking at too.
I was a little late getting here, but I'm a new resident moving in
Okay.
here in Wetmore.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Can you give us your name?
Sure. My name is David Lutz, ABZ.
Okay, thanks.
I will visit with you. I'd like to know where you live and stuff, but I'll catch you later.
Okay.
Tom, I think you had some questions.
Yeah, I've got a couple things. That's this gentleman's original question. One of the duties that it will have, Southern Colorado Economic Development District, is they will continue to move our broadband project forward to the Economic Development Administration at the federal level. If we join this broadband consortium, last time I talked to Eric, it's my understanding that the cost of that would come out of that total pot of, but as far as I understand it, that's one of the things that they would do with that money. I can read you the email, basically that applies to what we're talking about here. Our handshake agreement with the Economic Development Corp was that we would get them to the point of the grant submittal for a not to exceed dollar amount of $5,000. Our actual costs were $3,000. We are trying to eat that as a part of our larger broadband initiative if Custer County plans to join. So that would be absorbed.
Yes.
If we join it. 1,700. Your point, that would be one of the things that they would do is continue to move our grant forward to. Other thing I wanted to bring up here, it's not totally relevant, but I think it is a part of this conversation, and that was the Economic Development Corporation's recent letter in the newspaper, and of course sent that same thing to us in an email that basically said, that this broadband project is now dead in the water, and that's not true, my perspective anyway. I think the Economic Development Corporation's involvement in that entire project has ended. But it certainly, they've made it sound like in the newspaper, from my perspective, that we voted to kill a project that they've been working on for 7 years, and that isn't the case. It's just not true. We did vote to postpone submitting that application. We did not vote to kill that entire project, so I kind of took exception to that. I haven't talked to those guys yet. The other question I would have is, I kind of look at this whole, $1.2 million as seed money to set this up. I hope they don't come back in a year and want another $14,000 from us. I don't think they will, but we haven't really had that conversation. So we pay SCED dues every year, $2,000. I'm assuming Braden's not back yet. We did receive an invoice from them, so I'm assuming that was paid. So I guess I'm remiss in not asking Eric how often they're gonna come back and want some more money to move this project forward. I would assume that either our dues may go up some, or the proposed salary, the salary for the proposed broadband director would come out of that. I don't know. Those were a couple thoughts I had.
I believe, speaking to that, some of these, as they go with grants, some of that salary will come out of the grants themselves, for the administration of those grants. I will speak to your other comment as well. I agree with you that what we did was vote to postpone submittal of the EDA grant until we had our issues with the overheight and the special use permits taken care of. And I had spoken to Christy Doon at DOLA, because DOLA was the other grant that went hand in hand with that EDA, and we had already gotten 3 extensions, if I'm not mistaken, on that DOLA grant, and we were not able to use the monies before it all finally expired and went away. We were going to have to reapply to DOLA. Doon said that they still thought it was a very good project and would like to see that back, but they wanted to see us have our issues straightened out before we applied for it. And I did not want to get in the same boat with EDA by submitting for a grant when we weren't ready to use the monies yet. So we needed to address the things that we had out there with the overheight and the special use permits before we made the ask for those grant monies, so that we didn't get into the same boat with them. And so that is the decision that we made. And so that's where we're at with that.
If I may, sir, I pulled up that press release from Economic Development Corporation. And it says that basically the CCEDC regrets to inform you, the community, this was press release, of the demise of the Custer County Broadband Infrastructure Expansion Project. Commissioners meeting January 31st voted unanimously against the submittal of the final grant request to the I thought we specifically voted to postpone submitting that application and directed Eric Gugelman and Company to that effect.
That is correct.
So,
interpretation.
Let me shot at it too. I agree with what Tom said. The only other issue, the big deal, is because we have to reapply, there was the matching grant part of it, a lot more, 400,000 or 100,000, whatever it is, that we would have to come up with. We weren't, and if it was going to go forward, then and that was understanding you may or may not get the grant. So unless we were ready, like Kevin was saying, and have our act together, and it doesn't get approved by the citizens of the county, then we've wasted some money by jumping ahead. That's why we postponed, one of the reasons. And then that you're right, that is fake news. We have a press release coming out today, tomorrow, when the newspapers come again. I'm not going to read it, but it states a lot of what's gone on in the past and how we've done it and why we are planning and zoning process, and then moving forward as the standards, are required, citizens of the county need. So that's coming out, you'll see that it's not a tit for tat press release, it's just stating facts of where we are with the big picture. And we do have a fiber program, broadband program, in addition, with towns, Cliff and Westcliff, and us bringing fiber, not just towers, but they are complementary. They can be. That's not dead.
Do commissioners have this press release? Have we seen that?
Yeah.
We did?
Yeah, you got, maybe you don't, I don't know. I just, pulled it up.
Have your admin assistant get that.
Well, that will be helpful.
Pulled it up from,
Reggie sent it out, yesterday. So, and let me forward it to you, Tom.
who'd she send it to?
Kevin and I. Let me forward it to you. I thought you had it.
I wouldn't if my name's not on it.
I didn't look, I just pulled up the thing. Here it comes. You're back.
I'm back. Am I up?
In just a moment, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have further discussion on
I
this?
do, sir, yes.
Okay.
I may. So then the question is, who's gonna make application to, the ARPA committee?
I would be willing to take that on if the gentleman so desired. I will get a proper application I have in my possession, a household one, but not, the other application.
And you may be able to have some help if Braden's got
And,
good news or not.
That's correct.
And then a follow-up, Googleman specifically asked for us to write a letter of support, recommendations from the BOCC to the ARPA committee. Whether or not we're gonna do that. Have a discussion about that.
We can, consider that, rather than amending this motion. I think we can address this motion and then address that separately. Any other discussion then on this?
Well, I don't mean to be argumentative. I think we ought to decide whether or not we're gonna write a letter of recommendation, because it may have an impact on how we vote.
Correct. I would believe, speaking for myself, I would be inclined to write that letter of recommendation to go to the city as part of the packet that goes to them.
Is that embedded in the request, Tom? Is that how you're looking at this? Where does he say he's looking for a letter? I didn't see that.
Last paragraph, second to the last paragraph.
We begun with the OCC data.
I guess, Mr. Chairman, the reason I'm
Right.
bringing all this up is, I think
I see.
his letter to you could put us in kind of an awkward position. We're gonna have the final say-so on whether or not we approve the recommendations from this ARPA committee. Whether or not this ever gets to us or not, who knows? It may and it may not. There's, as I read the application, there's really not a place for attached supporting documents such as letters of recommendation. So, part of me thinks we don't have any business writing a letter of recommendation. He's asked us to go through the process, whatever that is. Well, we know that process is to fill out an application to the ARPA committee.
Yes.
Does he have a timeline on the letter of support, Tom? that how you read this? Because if it's not, it's kind of embedded in that if we don't get them to agree that that's something we want to do, we wouldn't write a letter of recommendation if we didn't do it, right? So I think it, unless Eric, is there some reason why he's got to get everybody, I don't.
Yeah, and I said the second to the last paragraph, that's not true. Sorry.
That's right under the number 5.
That paragraph's talking about their
Yeah.
proposed coordinator. Yeah, it's under the 5 listed
Yeah.
items.
Or your earliest convenience, request a letter of support if we do it.
And to that, Mr. Gubelman had stated that they would be willing to put the application in as, rather than us. And I told him that I did not see a problem with us putting the application in for them, because it was to benefit us. And so if you were not inclined to have us being a participant in that, I believe then we could have Ed put in the application, and but I would still want to write a letter of support for that, personally.
That'd be separate.
Yeah, it's one of those weird deals, right? I mean, I think there are gonna be times when we, as a Board of County Commissioners, want to fill out an application to request some of that ARPA money. This may be one of those. I think the cleaner way to do that would be to have Ed make application, but it'd almost be like Sked's asking the committee to consider this expenditure to pay dues for us. So in that case, we should be probably doing that. I'm not opposed for us to submit the application. I'm not sure it would be appropriate to submit that application and submit a letter of recommendation and support unless that application allows for that. If there's language in there for additional documentation, then I'll have a problem for that, so.
I know they have asked, whether it's on the application or not, they have asked for as much information as you can give them to help them with their decision-making process. I know there are a couple applications that they have before them now that they are going back and asking the applicants for additional information.
Let me make a comment again.
Yes, sir,
Quick
go
one.
ahead.
You know, we can always write a letter of support for anything without having a dog in the fight. You know, the groups gonna raise money to free the cats in the county doing X, Y, and Z. We can, without costing us a dime, we can put a letter of support in. We could put a letter of support for this process if we wanted to and not commit any money to it. You know, maybe we'll get the broadband benefit. Other counties have more money than we do, and might widen it with risk some of our funds. So maybe I would like to see us just divorce that from this motion that we have. Bottom line is, they've asked if, the point was, can we make an application as the board, as a Custer County, to use some of our funds, and help us, anybody else that's putting money in or request in to spend that. Whether they approve it or not, that's another issue, but it depends on the priorities in the county. Committee sees it, so I think, we're good to vote on this, and then worry about whether we, better support in one way or the other. My 2 cents, go ahead.
I think you're complicating the issue,
Okay.
best foot forward and,
Yeah.
and something from the topper, if you will.
The reason that the letter of support is in this is because the letter of support would go to the ARPA committee in
Right.
support of this.
Right.
So
We're supporting it, we're applying for it.
that may speak to itself there, that
That's
since
my
we
point.
are applying for the
And
money.
we don't need a letter to say we like our request.
And the motion did not include the letter of support, so,
I call question. Question out there.
Sure.
Been a long time. Long process it already went through and our position. Money that it will cost as a responsibility after it's here. You know all the facts and they're still talking about it.
That's true, and this particular broadband issue is completely separate from the tower project. I will let you know that. It includes a middle mile and some other, programs between counties and things of that nature. Okay,
That's what I call the question.
Those in favor of submitting,
Point of order, Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
technically,
sir.
if
he calls
we
the
need to
question.
vote on the, motion of previous question. So he made a motion,
He
when
made
he
a
said he
motion.
called for the question, that's actually a motion, and we need to
It's
vote
not
on
a
that,
motion.
because
That's correct.
that motion in effect infringes upon the rest of the rights of us to debate this any further. It does require a vote.
Okay, those in favor of calling the question signify by saying aye.
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 You need to call for the negative vote as well.
Those opposed?
Negative.
Okay, motion did carry 2-1. The motion on the floor is to submit an application to the ARPA committee on behalf of SCED for $14,766. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carries.
Thanks for making copies of that. I've got the email. We all have the email, but appreciate it.
That way we have it in one place. We
Yeah, I
can
didn't
look
know
at
if
it.
you had something different from him or if it was the same.
It was,
Glad you guys. I did, I go get,
so
according to the stories we got.
it would all depend upon if it moves forward through the BZA and things of that nature, so. Sir, do you have an answer for us?
I don't.
That's why I was leaving the ball in your court on how you did that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Just flat out ask her.
I handled it, yeah.
So, would you like to have a conversation with said candidate?
Now, where you are in
I
your
apologize,
surroundings.
I thought you saw her sitting there.
I did too, but I couldn't.
So does that roll before you go to the office?
What's that?
Does that roll before you go to the office in Westfield?
Yes.
You'll get an answer on the phone.
Okay, so while they are still visiting out there, we have a consideration of sick and COVID leave policy.
The next three items are all raised. So,
Are they?
yes, so I don't know if you want to
Either
following
come
one
back
or,
or move it up.
We can wait until he comes back in for those if there are no objections.
Yeah, I move we take a few minute recess.
Take a recess here.
Okay, let's take a few minutes, and we'll reconvene at, we'll shoot for 10 after. Okay, this is Kevin Day, Custer County Board of County Commissioners. We are entering back into our meeting at 10:14 a.m. And Braden, do you have an answer for us, sir?
Well, first, I'd just like to thank everybody for coming to the Wetmore Comedy Hour. For the folks at home that can't see what happened, when I came in, a little late this morning and head down, went straight to the back, did not realize that candidate C was sitting in the audience. And so, I'm sure that was a little nerve-wracking when I went outside, because she doesn't know that she's candidate C. So I'd like to introduce Dorothy Carson, our new BOCC staff. Dorothy's gonna come by later today and, fill out some paperwork, and, she'll be starting tomorrow. Hopefully, I've been trying to get a hold of our previous BOCC admin assistant to help with that. Originally, she said that she would be able to, but I have not gotten full confirmation that she'll know the help. So, one way or another, we'll make sure that we get her oriented, and I'll be sure to realize that she's the office tomorrow.
I'm surprised she accepted after seeing what we do.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Be sure she knows about the candy thing.
The candy.
The candy thing, yes. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
that's the most important job for the admin.
Clint's candy stash is empty.
So if you learn nothing else,
So, he does have a sweet tooth, in case you didn't notice today, so.
And I wonder if you might introduce your husband again. I know he introduced himself, I missed his name, but
Oh, my husband Chester.
Chester.
Carson.
nice to meet you.
Chester, nice to meet you, and Dorothy, welcome.
Yes, yes.
Thanks, Brady, appreciate it.
Good job, Braden.
That might be
Let's
one
continue
for
with
the
the
age.
comedy.
Okay, we'll see if we can't, do the next three items
Say for
without.
my next act, we've got 2 more items.
Yes.
Oh, no, that comes out of her pocket.
You're the attorney.
Okay, we have, next up on our agenda is a consideration of sick and COVID leave policy. So you are up, sir.
All right, so I just passed out packets to each of you. You received this prior to this as well, but I've broken this down. There's 3 separate, I guess, wordings here. First is the current, I guess in order that you have it, is one that's to be added, one that's also a suggestion that we change, and then, the one in red is the current. So, this has kind of come up, stemmed from, well, I guess being behind the ball as far as COVID goes and making sure that we have a policy there. And further researching all of that, at the beginning of 2021, we're supposed to ensure that every employee had 80 days worth of sick leave, and whether that was theirs that they had accrued, or whether, or if not, we were to give them up to 80 sick days for the public health emergency. This is all, 80 hours, I'm sorry. Not days.
80 days. I want that job.
Yeah. We have applications for landfill and other positions, if anybody wants to apply.
All tied to a public health emergency.
Yes,
This is
so-
not standard stuff.
This is, Colorado, has gone above and beyond what the federal government has decided through what's called the Colorado Worker and Families Act. Colorado Worker, Colorado
Family
Healthy
and Workplace.
Families and Workplace Act. And with that, any public health emergency, this would take place. So that's the way this was written, is that to add a public health emergency leave clause in our policy, and just to tighten up our sick leave currently. Right
So,
now,
to be clear,
Yep,
it's not consideration of a sick and COVID policy, it's a sick and emergency, whatever.
Yeah, it would be more accurate instead of saying
Right.
COVID to say
Not
public
about
health emergency.
COVID's hopefully gonna go away here in a couple of weeks, right?
Right.
Which is designated by the government.
Yes, so, it's designated, so Colorado, this law, overrides whatever the federal one is. But the federal, mandate or the federal public health emergency overrides Colorado. So currently, we are through April, and the way that the, Healthy Families and Workplace Act works is for 4 more weeks following that, everyone still has that leave given it to them. And after that, if they haven't used it, we can take that back. So essentially what it comes down to is we have to make everybody whole, up to 80 hours for a public health emergency. And once that's over, we can cut them back down to, whatever they had prior to that. Whatever they have prior to that. There's another piece of the Healthy Family and Workplace Act that talks specifically about sick leave, not just public health emergencies. And that has to do with making sure that everybody has 48 hours from the get-go. So as soon as you're hired, you have 48 hours of sick leave automatically. The way that I'm suggesting that we handle that is that we go ahead and front load 48 hours for every new employee. And there is a waiting period of 180 days, so essentially half a year, 6 months, where they start accruing sick leave regularly. So we're not out any extra with that way, but we are accomplishing what the act is asking us to, and making sure that everybody has sick leave they can use right from the very beginning. So the way that kind of plays out is, if I might use candidate Dorothy, for example, Dorothy would get 48 hours of sick leave, upon hire. Then, because we're in a public health emergency, we would supplement that with 32 hours of sick leave. So she would have 80 hours from the get-go. If she does not use any of that time by the end of May, then those 32 supplemental hours will go away. But the 48 hours will continue, and then after 6 months, start accruing 8 hours a month. So, that's been quite the rabbit trail trying to get that figured out, as far as what they're wanting, what they're asking from us. But that's what it boils down to. Well, I think it would be best, in our best, interest to be transparent, whether or not we're required to. There is.
You gotta be sick.
Yeah, there is some things there that's also a reason for tightening up.
You can't be
some of
showing up
sick
in the
leave language.
restaurant.
Right now, you can't use the public health emergency leave unless you're self-isolating, seeking a diagnosis or treatment, your inability to work due to symptoms, or you're caring for a child or family member for any of those above reasons, or school closure. So that starts, so that kind of weeds it down or focuses it in a little bit. The other piece of it would be if somebody, says, hey, I've come into exposure with somebody, and so I'm gonna stay home. Technically, for CDC guidelines, right now, they're supposed to isolate for 5 days. Can't ask for any sort of medical notice until day 4. And so I'm hoping that this won't get taken advantage of. Because if somebody decides, hey, I wanna be gone for 3 days, they certainly can at this point. Yeah. Yeah,
It would.
exactly.
So, and there's always that possibility, even
Even
with the
with sick leave
existing
today.
sick leave.
Yeah.
So,
If I may, sir,
Yes, sir.
certainly a reflection of government at work here, federal level and state level. I struggle with the whole idea that all of these parts of this Leave Act can be in place up to 4 weeks after the public health emergency is over, when we're only required, CDC recommends that somebody be isolated for 5 days. So, certainly is, an opportunity for people to abuse the system. I hope that they don't. I certainly would hope that we also follow up with, after a time more than 3 consecutive days, that we do ask for that service. About the only thing we can do. Can't not approve this. We're gonna be in violation of state and federal law if we do, so that's kind of die.
I think the issue that we've been coming across right now is actually people that are wanting to come in, they are at risk of, I guess, risking the health of others. There's been a few instances where people have wanted to come into work, clearly are having symptoms or sick. And right now, we don't have good language in order to say, not very well spelled out. So that's some of the reasoning there, is to make sure that they know that a manager, department head, or the human resource director can require an employee to leave work. And they reasonably believe the employee may compromise the health of other employees. So that piece of language is at this point, on the other side of this, yeah, they're making sure that they're aware of this, and that I think, maybe to help combat possibly using the system, there might be something of supplemented up to this amount, and you'll get to keep. That might be compromised there, but I think for the most part, our employees do a pretty good job of following what they're supposed to. There's not, I think maybe there's, a handful countywide that would have opportunity or discussing possibly being taken.
No, sir.
I was just gonna say, the numbering you got on this document 703.9, does that numbering system coming right out of our personnel policy?
Right, so the last section in section 703, is 703.8.
Okay.
Adding,
So it's added right on. Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir. My apologies too. I think one other issue that's come up that I am aware of is someone that has used some of the leave once and then became ill again, and we had questions as to whether that sick leave applied to them again, and I think that was a question, and this way it's spelled out to where we know what we have.
Yep, absolutely. So prior to this, I think there was certainly confusion as to whether or not any COVID time needed to be, and also whether or not it was 80 hours per year or 80 hours per every time it's rolled over. But it is 80 hours period, so it doesn't have to do with times it's reinstated, doesn't matter. Years have passed, it's 80 hours period.
For public health emergency.
For public health emergency, correct.
That is a new regulation. Does that include some ridiculous, decision to put half of, road and bridge on the 2 months, or, is that included in something like that?
Mhm. We are not,
Not sure, I'm not sure I know what that is. There's nothing like that included in this.
No other.
you can probably address that here in just a minute after we get a motion on the floor and go to the public comment. We'll do public comment here in just a minute. So, anything else that you have for us?
I think the only other thing would be on the suggested sheet, tightening up the fact that we use hours, and not days when we're talking about sick leave. Because of the different departments that have different sets of hours, I think that's something that will need to be cleaned up throughout the policy, but given that like now. So the only thing that truly has changed is tightening up some of that language, and then the front loading and the accrual rate starting after the front loaded period.
May I ask a question about that, sir?
May.
Thank you. So if I understand this right, we're gonna front load on, let's just talk about full-time employees, front load them with 48 hours, upon hiring, and then after 180 days, does that 48 hours go away? It stays with them the entire time, and they start accruing 8 hours per month after that.
So it's essentially 6 months. So if we were running the same way we are, it would catch up to exactly where we're currently at. We're just front loading those first.
Nothing to do with vacation, just sick.
No, just sick.
I would entertain a motion.
I move we accept the policy as Braden has outlined with the corrections you've mentioned. When you're gonna put in the hours instead of days or whatever that you talked about.
That's already there under suggested.
I have, well, it says 8 hours per month after 180 days.
Right,
Really,
so that's the waiting period.
Okay, good. I move that.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the floor to accept, the changes to the personnel policy in regards to sick leave and, public health emergencies. Discussion from, the board.
I'd like to ask Kelly, you and I have worked on some of these documents in the past. Have you had a chance to digest any of this?
Yes, and, one of the questions that I have is, past, the policy, policy is accepted by all the elected officials, and so none of the rest of us, except for me, have seen it. And, so, first of all, I'm wondering about, y'all sign off on it also, about running it by the other elected officials.
And then who makes a final decision on changing the personnel policy? Do all the
You guys.
elected?
We do.
You guys. And there's only been one time that I can remember that because of changes made, elected official chose not to, and the board went ahead and approved. But I think it's,
Personnel,
since
that's a good one.
we have our own employees, and I think it's, the changes that are in here, really, to the sick part of it, there wasn't a whole lot of changes other than in how you word that 48-hour thing, and when I first read it, I thought, what? But now that you explain it, it makes perfect, actually works better, because if she were to start tomorrow and get sick Friday, the way it used to be, you only have one sick day, and the next month you gain another one.
it is a big change,
Yeah,
for
yeah,
sure.
it is. And I think, I was thinking about like, if somebody were to work a month and then quit, I think that in our part of the policy that talks about payout for sick and vacation, I think it addresses it in there that you have to work so long before you can pay out. So somebody that worked a month couldn't get paid out for those, from these days
Anyway.
until they've worked their, I don't know if it's 6 months or
I can look it up. I thought the same thing on that very last sentence on the, suggested sick leave. Kind of overrides what I agree with Kelly. I think that it's all policy. So maybe we could put something in that language per
yeah,
the personnel policy.
section, whatever.
Yeah, just do
On the big
something
form,
like that.
and
And on this new suggested, it says that they will be paid out prorated, 0.5 to 5 years, so it takes 6 months before they were paid out
Oh,
on the
yeah,
prorated.
that's addressed right
So
there,
that's
yeah.
addressed in there.
I thought, I could put that, but so that is the other change there. Normally it was from 0 to 5 years of employment, you get a payout of 5 days. So this would mean that if you quit before 6 months, after 6 months, then you would be, have that 48 hours available to you, which would be, in the guidelines of what we.
Page 27 of the sick leave 7033. So that starts on page.
And then the only other question I had, and I talked about the 80 hours and had kept track and who hadn't. And after our discussion, I was thinking about it more, and Tom, you might remember this. So when Donna, at some point, after that, our first initial up in 20, Donna asked for, from all of the department heads, hours that their employees had taken totally. Because the 80 hours went back to, I don't remember when it started, but when that started, she needed that. And I thought that she needed that because it was turned in, so the county could be reimbursed for those hours. Do you remember that, Tom?
I do.
So we talked about that some of the department heads didn't remember that and hadn't kept track of that. But I would hope in Donna's stuff somewhere those hours are there, because I wouldn't wanna turn in, like, my, probably 3 of my employees have used all of those 80 hours. So you wouldn't wanna turn in another 80 hours for them to get reimbursed if we'd already gotten reimbursed. So, that's somewhere.
Which I don't think we have gotten reimbursed for that.
Haven't?
I don't think so. I'm trying to dig that out as we're talking.
During coronavirus relief fund.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
got reimbursed for overtime for some employees.
Oh,
But,
maybe that's.
yeah,
what it was
but
for.
we did not submit all of the missed hours due to COVID.
And for this act, we are able to close your accounts towards that. So, where things are gonna get very sticky and heavy.
But we haven't had any.
For me.
Well, you have an assistant.
Yeah. As far as technically took place January 1, 2021. And so, I'm sorry, I have to go back and look at that. I think we are able to go back to January 2020 for this. And so we go back per employee that was hired at that time, and yes,
Credit them.
well, it wouldn't necessarily, they probably wouldn't be credited because of the time off, because of the closures.
They would have used it.
They would have used, we can say that it was used during the closures. So that's one way of going back and doing it that way. Giving that 48 hours to everyone as they're hired, to make sure that they're up to date on everything. That's what we'd have to do forward. And that would be that scenario. The other way is, I don't think we have record of much on what you had sent me as far as the closures and for the courthouse, for the county building. And there. Aside from that, it's not been consistently kept track of by each department. And so that's where I think there's going to be fallout, or people are because the ones that have been keeping track of it are going to be the ones penalized, while the ones that haven't are going to get.
But you have the ability to take that into account and modify and fix it. I mean,
No, because we don't have a record of that.
no, but if they do, you just said if they have been keeping track
Right. Yeah.
and haven't been turning it in, they can just improve it.
So I guess my point with that would be, though, do we even take it into account if not everybody has them?
Or somebody who's never missed any days.
Right.
They get that 48. And you believe this needs to be retroactive to January 2020?
I don't. If it were me, I'd say we make sure that everybody has 48 hours now and 32 hours of supplemental, and we forget about anything that's happened in the 32 goes away at the end of the week. And the 48 can be part of what's already accrued. So we might not be out any extra there, or for the entire 80 for that matter. I've got 80, over 80, so I wouldn't get any supplemental or anything. I've already accrued that amount.
You know, from my perspective, I think we have the latitude to do that because we paid employees every hour that they were out for COVID anyway, regardless. So, sure, somebody that never took time off for COVID maybe is a little disadvantaged, but again, document that. I would agree that maybe we implement this whenever we do, that's the start date, and move forward. Different if we didn't, if employees never got paid for missing. That's not the case.
I guess my question would be then to you, for your statement, would it be prudent to table this till after all of the other elected officials have signed off on it before we look at it?
That's my thought, based on Kelly's input. Again, they don't get to decide, but it would be courteous to at least allow them to look at the policies and provide us with any input before we do make a decision. Reasonable.
Yeah, that certainly wasn't intentional on my.
Yeah, and I didn't even really think about it until.
I know we have a motion on the floor, but the motion to table would take precedence, so I will move we table this until Braden has to share this information with all the elected officials, and then give them a time to get back with us.
I would second that. Any other discussion on that?
Okay, so how long, what's the deadline? Why? Is there urgency on this because of timing or anything?
I would like to.
You gentlemen, if you have comments on that, I will let you bring that, since we tabled this, at the public comment later in the meeting, so, thank you for your patience.
Is that during your staff report, or do you want to have it as an agenda item?
Make it an agenda item, because it's a policy change.
We'll vote on the motion to,
Yes, those in favor of tabling this until the end of month meeting signify by saying aye.
aye.
Aye. Carries.
There,
Right.
21-26.
So this resolution, 21-26, resolution to set levies. I've been notified by the state that we did not have a resolution to set mill levies. And so I thought when we certified the mill levies and sent in that documentation that would work towards that. It does not. This position, this is what we need in order to officially finish submitting the budget. They have given us now I know that, the three resolutions also have to be included in the budget, even though they're not included in the actual budget document. So this is the third piece of that, after talking, with Kelly and Kelly to Clint, we, and correct me if I'm wrong in anything here, but that this resolution is 21, so that's why it starts 21 instead of 22. So it'll be the last resolution of 2021. That will be nunc-pro-tunc.
Clint got it in.
I love to throw that in whenever I can.
To the 17th day of December, which is when I think we approved the mill levy. So,
I move we, accept resolution 21-26 as presented. Accept, or are we moving to? Accept the right word, adopt is the word I'm looking for.
right.
We have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 21-26, a resolution to set mill levies, nunc-pro-tunc.
No, for them.
Any discussion here on that?
I'll just throw out, Mr. Chairman, mostly for the audience's benefit, this is a total of 20.091 mills based on an assessed valuation of $123 million.
Thank you. Anything from the audience here? So those in favor of adopting resolution 21-26 signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries.
We did certify those mills in the budget, but this actually has to be done by resolution. We even had conversations during that certification process, didn't we? About the whole thing.
right, so I'll try to just keep running through here, that
Run along.
resolution number 2202, essentially what this comes down to is the Custer County, for everyone's, information, these next 10 resolutions will be resolution for supplemental budget and appropriation. So this is what we're asked to do when, after the budget has been adopted, there are changes to. So that's all this is the formality of making sure that we're not overspending what we've already adopted, which all the public was able to come and comment on. This is other opportunities for the public to comment to make sure we're not spending more than, what was previously approved. That's the reason for all of this, bureaucratic stuff that you're about to hear. So, 2202 is for Custer County Kids Club. They were awarded grants that they were not expecting. $23,676 for the SB grant, $17,410 for the CSY grant, $23,333 for the CCR&R grant, $20,333 for the SBCH, and $6,320, what they're expecting in 2022. And this would just add those accounts, both on the revenue and the expense.
And this is based on what we believe is gonna happen. If anything else happens this calendar year, we'll have to do another resolution.
If it's drastically outside of the scope of it. These are what we're awarded, and it's tough with us specifically because they're on a fiscal year of so there's a chance that this could change drastically, but it wouldn't be until the
Deal with it when, yeah. Okay, I move we adopt the resolution number 20-02, resolution for supplemental budget and appropriation.
Second. We do have a motion on the floor to adopt resolution number 22-02, resolution for supplemental budget and appropriation, in the amounts given for the Custer County Kids Club. Discussion here? Hang out here. Those in favor of adopting resolution number 22-02 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
resolution number 2203. This is a grant that was received from the Coronavirus Relief Fund. Was it's the second round in which we took participation, and we received $50,000 for expenses incurred in the public health emergency in 2020. We received that this year, and so this is just to create a line item, or to create a budgeted line of $50,000 for what we are.
I would move to adopt resolution 22-03.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor to adopt resolution number 2203, for appropriating additional sums of money to defray expenses in excess of amounts budgeted for Custer County in the amount of $50,000. Discussion.
Chairman, I would just throw out that, Ian and I submitted this grant, and counties were limited to the amount of $50,000, so we received the maximum amount from that second. Well, it was the third round of granting from the Coronavirus Relief Fund, but it was the second round that we.
Any other discussion? Anything from the floor? Okay, those in favor of adopting resolution 22-03 signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carries.
Resolution 22-04, the system upgrade for Road and Bridge Department. That was not specifically outlined in the budget, and there was no revenue line item for that. So this is now taking into account that we'll receive $433.37, $3,026.18, $1,730. $3,007,665 from Custer County Search and Rescue, Silver Cliff, West Cliff, and West Mountain Fire Department, respectively. We'll create a revenue line item for $10,072.48 that will help defray that cost of the upgrade, and then we will be using $110,000 the cost of the fuel upgrade from the capital outlay to the specific fuel system.
We haven't received those dollars from those entities.
We have received from Sturgeon.
Invoice them, or?
We have not to this point.
I move we accept resolution number 22-04, resolution for supplemental budget and appropriation as presented.
Second. We have a motion on the floor for adopting resolution number 22-04 for the line item of $10,072.48, and also for moving $110,000 for a specific line item for a fuel system upgrade. Discussion.
May, sir.
Yes, sir.
So in that account number ending in 59130, there's currently shows $110,000 in there.
That was the only expense that we had in that line.
Got it, thanks. But
Giving it a profit.
truly will go to zero. Yep.
Any other discussion? Floor? Okay, those in favor of adopting resolution 22-04, for the fuel system for road and bridge, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries.
22-05, this is for Custer County Lodging and Tourism. We are the fiscal agent for, I'm glad I put this. We are serving as the fiscal agent for the Colorado Tourism Office grant, and so we paid $60,000. They have asked that we get an expense account for $70,000. So, really speak to why that's extra, but I can speak to the fact that road lodging and tourism has brought in a lot more money last year than they were expecting, $40,000 or $50,000 in lodging tax. Not expecting, and so it is well within the funds balance.
This is Deb Adams, can I clarify?
Go ahead, Deb.
Realize that for that grant, Colorado Tourism Office has submitted a check for $40,000, and then we are collecting another close to $20,000 from the other entities. So part of that is Custer County's share, as well as the $2,000 that was paid last year from Creed. So all the grant match is accounted for from other entities as well as Custer County, if that clarifies it.
Thank you very much, Deb. I'll bring my question after we get to discussion.
We move for the adoption of 22-05.
I'll second.
We have a motion on the floor to adopt resolution 22-05, for, I'm gonna say for the tourism board, since I'm not finding my numbers here correctly on the, discussion on this. Correct me if I'm wrong, is this, the money, Deb, that will be used for the new flyers and things of that nature? Or this is just
that. So what you're approving is the CTO marketing grant. And then what I asked for at the last meeting was to bump up our budget by another $10,000. And that's what we're using to help the heritage organizations in the community. So it's a separate expense.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that we were all clear on that, because I personally was a little confused, so thank you.
Yeah, and we might confuse you more in the near future because we are also applying for another CTO grant, which is it's not a development grant. I don't have the paperwork in front of me, but I just sent out an email to all those heritage organizations. We're applying for a $20,000 grant from CTO, and then Custer County Tourism will match for $5,000, and we are developing a heritage walking tour with audio and literature. So that will be another grant that is not yet on your agenda.
All right, thank you. Anything you can do to keep us confused is great. So, okay, any other discussion, Paul?
I just need to ask Deb a question,
You may.
if I may. Debbie, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, Tom.
Are you gonna be on through the end of the meeting? There's a couple other items I wanted to discuss, and I think you would wanna have some input on those if you can stay.
Okay, and so, I've unmuted myself, and when you're done with this, I don't know how to mute myself again.
Duct tape.
Duct tape, yeah.
Yeah, it's not relevant to where we're at in the agenda now, Deb, is the reason I'm asking if you can stay on.
Sure, I can.
Okay, any further discussion? Those in favor of adopting resolution 22-05 signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries.
Kevin alluded to, this is for the lodging and tourism,
Had I look forward?
and it is, for what Deb just talked about, which $1,000 spent towards that initiative.
I move that we adopt resolution number 22-06, for, the sum of $10,000, for tourism. Let me look at this here. I wanna make sure I get this correct. Okay, it, increases, by 3,334 and twice at 3,333, which comes to a total of $10,000, for tourism. For an addition to their budget. Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor for adopting resolution 22-06, for increasing the budget of tourism by $10,000. Any discussion? Anything from the floor? Hearing none, I will call for the vote. Those in favor of adopting resolution number 22-06 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Resolution number 22-07, this is for Custer County Landfill and their recycling initiative. From the fees that they collected last year, $28,700.50 is what has been calculated as go to the recycling portion of the landfill budget. And so this is to go ahead and create the recycling fees specifically, the $28,760.50 in that account. This is also the landfill fees from $71,738.50
I move we adopt resolution 22-07, resolution for supplemental as presented.
Second. We have a motion to adopt resolution number 22-07, creating an account for recycling fees and thereby reducing their overall line in the landfill fees, by the said amount, $28,762.50. Discussion.
I do.
Going the same way,
Yeah, Kelly's nodding her head, so, I guess I would need to ask, are we setting a precedent/policy here, or are we gonna start funneling money from the landfill to the recycling? We've had this discussion once before. I don't know that this is exactly part and parcel to that larger discussion. I have to ask, why are we doing this? If it's to truly meet activities that occurred in 2021, we don't have much choice. Am I asking the right question here, Kel? Are you on board with me?
I don't, so what my question was gonna be is that, done this in the past with a transfer of funds? Does that include the dollar extra on the commercial things, or is that in your next resolution? Okay, so, I know that, you've taken over, you really kept us good with the resolution to keep good.
Comes in, goes out.
Yes, so, I don't know if we need to have a discussion with Virginia maybe, that, do I still need to do that transfer of funds along with this? Or should it be, a transfer of funds instead of this? And I don't know.
I would think,
And it does go into that landfill. Both of those, the recycling and the dollar commercial, the dollar extra commercial were both earmarked to go into the, expansion fund.
Right.
Every year. Every January,
right,
Brian gives us those fees for
Right.
the previous year, and then we transfer those funds into the, and I'm
for the
thinking,
expansion fund, yeah.
Virginia, are you on? I'm wondering if maybe we need to do both, because this makes the budget right, the transfer of funds lets her know that that pot of money goes into the,
Different bucket.
but you take care of that transfer of funds.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Oh, that's a good question. I did not know and like to hear that goes into the land. So if that's how it's been passed,
That was,
I wasn't aware of that. So this would need to be updated anyway.
So 08 is accurate from my perspective here. That is for the transfer of those monies into the expansion.
For the commercial.
Yes.
Yeah.
This,
not the other.
I'm led to ask, why are we doing this? 28,000 from fees for recycling. Unless that's their steel money and.
It's the, I think it's the cardboard money. And that was earmarked to go into that expansion fund
We decided to spend.
back in. There.
And in that realm, then 07 is just talking about increasing that line item, that account, to reflect those dollars, right?
Yeah, I think my suggestion would be table this particular resolution. I'll do some more research on that, but what it sounds like right now is that needs to, instead of creating a recycling fee line, that amount needs to be
Move into the expansion.
if that's what
That's
we're
what it
really
is.
supposed to be doing. Those two figures were specified by Brian that needed.
Right.
And I can look that up and give you the, resolution. We actually did a resolution stating that where these go.
Okay.
And, I've got that on the last year's transfer. That's why I can give you that resolution. Right, if we just need to, wording on that one, we're good at.
Kelly, I heard what you just said. I'm just asking on the surface, do you believe that's what we agreed to? Was to move the cardboard money to expansion as well?
Yep.
So it would really, this would be, if these dollars were reflected in '08 as a section 2, then we wouldn't necessarily need this resolution,
Yeah, you
right,
could do
if
both.
it's not accurate. I think the dollars are accurate, it's just where the money's gonna be deposited.
I think it would still be, 208 is separate from.
Okay.
So I think this would still be separate.
I would move to table this, resolution 22-07 until Braden brings it back to us.
I'll second.
Well, that would be postponed, sorry, I moved to table.
Okay, so your motion is to table this,
Yes, not to postpone.
motion until it's brought back to us. And a second.
Which one, 7 or 8?
07. Those in favor of tabling resolution number 22-07 signify by saying aye.
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 Right. -08, partly what we were just speaking about, that's $11,084 fees for landfill expansion.
Not from, what's it?
From landfill fees.
Right, you said landfill expansion. You meant landfill fees that were gathered. They're designated for the expansion.
Correct.
Yeah, it's coming from 37,100.
Right.
Section 1.
Going to. From the general fund, but landfill expansion.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor to adopt,
No, I
Oh, I
move that
thought
we
I-
accept
oh, we did.
resolution,
I
that we adopt
apologize.
resolution 2208 as presented. Now we do.
I'm getting ahead of myself. I would second that motion. Now we have a motion on the floor to adopt resolution 22-08, to move $11,084, from the 34,900 account into the 37,100 account. This would be the dollar, fee that's, on the commercial loads coming in. Discussion.
Why didn't we expected this in our budget process? We knew this was in place. Why didn't we get that in the budget?
It's in the budget, it's already within that general fund. Virginia takes it in, but now we just have to
In it.
put it in
Right account.
the right spot so that, we're to keep track of
This
it.
does exactly what we've all agreed to do. I just wondered why we didn't predict this in the
Okay, those in favor of adopting resolution number 22-08 signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carries.
Nay.
I'll send you that resolution. Okay.
Alright, 22-09. For Public Health Agency, they've been awarded grants, or they're looking to extend grants that previously that they did not know about or did not bring forward during the budget process. This includes $18,742 for a nursing grant, $32,274 for an ARPA grant, effective this year. They also have $3,740 for, or had received $3,740 for a breastfeeding education grant. They also received $1,470 for a breastfeeding initiative. Those two grants have already been expended. So, we would be creating two revenue accounts, one for the nursing grant, one for the RPA grant, which would be $8,142 and $32,274 respectively. And then we'd be creating expense funds for those two grants, breastfeeding grants, the breastfeeding initiative grant, and those two, what they have left are $3,045 and $1,000 respectively.
For the adoption of 22-09.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to adopt resolution 22-09 in regards to the Public Health Agency and, grants received or not spent entirely at this point, the amounts given. Discussion. Hearing none, those in favor of adopting resolution 22-09 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Resolution won't stop the clock. All right, this one is also for Public Health Agency. This is expenses that are to be incurred for upgrades to outfit the van to be wheelchair accessible. That would be the line item of repairs and maintenance, which they did not, and increase that from 0 to $700. So extra funds for this, as far as I'm aware. This is truly just they suspected, the best answer I could get was that it would be around $500. That was recommendation from our road.
I move we adopt, resolution number 22-10.
I have a motion on the floor to adopt resolution 22-10, creating a line item for public health in the amount of $750 for maintenance, to be used on the handicapped accessible van. Discussion. Hearing none. Those in favor of resolution number 22-10 signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carries.
Lastly, 22-11. So, I believe, at the airport meeting last week,
Mine ends at 10.
I got 11 here.
No, I've got it here, yeah, I just kept looking in my packet and couldn't find it.
That may have been in the other email from
Could've been,
Kelly.
yeah, could've.
Right. Is okay.
I apologize for that, I, kept throwing things in.
He's catching them. I move we, accept resolution number 22-11.
Second. I have a motion on the floor to accept resolution 22-11, directing the, numbers in the line item for runway maintenance for the airport. Discussion.
May,
Yes.
is this a correction of numbers, or is this in addition to their budget, and if so, where's that money coming from?
So this, what's your question? It was originally grants for $175,000. The way that we calculated that is that's also what we would be expecting. So I believe our share comes out to $94,500.
Total is.
Thereabout, for that particular project. There was two other things in there that was included to get up to the 179. So, that truly would be adding that much expense and calculation.
We'd already set aside the match, but we didn't calculate it correctly.
Right, yeah, the rest.
And they have it in their budget.
The expense.
Yeah.
Where does that money come from? That would come another addition of
Comes from their fence money that's in the general,
we don't have the money.
or the money that they, okay, I
We
see what
got
you're saying.
budget.
You're right.
This will, as is known, the airport will not fund itself, and so we have to transfer money from the general fund over to the airport at the end of the year to cover their expenses fully. So that, that was just at almost 20,000.
Over 18,000.
How did we miss that in the budget?
We discussed it, but it was not as much. Calculated wrong. They had already been planning on how it was to move at the end of the year, but wasn't enough. Calculated.
And what was miscalculated is the fact that we would have to.
Right, that's right. Cause that's right.
But I think moving forward, we'll need to make sure in the process, however that looks moving forward, that we talk to them and make sure we have what the grant does.
Yeah, it was always tossed around, it was $175,000, and so that was $17,500 that was gonna. Said, in order to get the $175,000, you had to have 200 and whatever it was, and that meant a few thousand more.
That's under capital outlay, that's not it.
That's
why I can't find it.
So, I'm sorry, so that's a great point. It's under our capital improvement fund. We actually won't need to transfer any money
That's,
because there's more than enough funds balance in capital improvement.
that's what I meant by it was there, but it, just to calculate, just as a matter of fact, where they booked it and understood what the grant really was. It was always presented, you're gonna get a $175,000 grant, and so that's how.
So instead of that line item on intergovernmental being 1.5, if we adopt this, it'll go to 1. that's revenue, sorry.
Yeah. Revenue.
Any other discussion? Okay, have a motion to adopt resolution number 22-11. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Carries.
Well, thank you all for sitting through this. I do think this is important, because I think, one, it's a lot more transparent all the way around. That way, commissioners know exactly what's moving and what's transpiring. The public knows what's moving and transpiring. And then, on my side, just the accounting is so much better when there's actual action to move things from one place to the other, and that gets all of it.
And then if I may, Mr. Chairman, I put this in the wrong spot, certification of levies and revenues. Yeah, that's in there.
Was that in the packet?
Mhm.
That was just, Braden sent that to me along with the resolutions, and that's what you guys originally approved on the December meeting.
Looks like it.
Yeah, I think
2,000,000
for your reference, to show it had already been approved.
So there's not gonna be any action on that.
Can I make a comment?
You may.
I just wanna commend on all of these. I know that it's a lot of work and it's a lot of brain power, but, I think it's
Better.
The auditors have to,
yes.
I see that.
Yeah, I think you're getting things really straight, and I think that will help everyone.
I will take it.
Will the public comment on number 11 at all?
My apologies, I should have, made sure that, I should have called for that from the floor. You may.
Couple observations, listening to y'all's discussion about it. One, for something called inflation, the grants need to be increased. Those in labor costs, prices. Two, if the airport can't carry itself, you either revisit the labor force out there, or you using the airport. Ideas.
Address one of those. The grant thing, the state actually has increased it because of inflation in the past. They've actually, we had an AWAS grant, the automatic weather observation. And, by the time COVID hit, got delayed and everything happened, and inflation cost of making it went up $1,000. They actually took the initiative and came to us first and said, we're gonna increase your grant. That happened. And, right now, the airport is taking care of itself. We actually sell fuel. It's one of the, there's 2 main generating things we do, and that's cycling, get money, fees to dump. And, the airport, self-sustains on the fuel it actually makes. Wages we're paying out there is half-time right now. A guy that is in contract, 1099.
My apologies for not calling for comment from the floor,
Thanks for all your work.
Sure. Next item on our agenda is consideration of BCOCC enrolling in leadership classes. I believe you brought that, Tom?
I did, I asked Kelly to put that on there. I would move that, all 3 members of the Board of County Commissioners be required to take the leadership classes that CSI recommended for us. I've taken those, I think they're classes. Thanks Braden for his selection, and he said he didn't do it, CTSI recommended those.
I took them already, because we thought we agreed to do that. You take them.
I have 30 minutes left on the third course, the long course, so,
I completed
in
all.
essence,
Beat you.
We can take a break.
so that's all right. I have it here, and they send me an email every day reminding me to finish that class. So, in regards to that, Tom, we have all taken that. I will finish mine up this week.
By the way, Tom, you
So-
bring up a good point. I think, Braden, you're gonna do this. All the, HR has and should and has in the past required employees to take sensitivity training, required, classes, leadership, and that kind of thing. Hasn't been consistent. And I was impressed with, the kind of, some of the stuff it covers in general, or things that the new employees need to know, plus refreshers on things that everybody ought to. And we are required in the government, whether it's the state, federal, or county. I think I commend you for grabbing a hold of it.
Would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, real quick. Thank you. Yes, I think at this point, the plan would be to have a staff meeting at the end of the month in which I'll introduce that to the rest of the county employees. And then, there will be the conflict course, which I'm going to recommend everybody take. Together, the three courses that the elected official or department head would all take those courses. I've also been taking those as well. And just a huge thank you to BCSI for all of that. This is a new platform. BCSI is one of our insurance providers for the county, and they just, as being a member of BCSI, they've just received, or have just partnered with a group called Biz Library that has a ton of educational videos and resources that will be at our disposal, being members as well. And so, what started out as 3, and we are actually the guinea pigs, quote unquote, for CCSI in this program. It started out as these 3 courses that they recommended. They are continually adding. We'll have up to 200 courses they have access to, that we'll have access to, and I'll keep reviewing those and seeing what might be good or applicable for the county. And I think there's ways that we can do this that setting, as opposed to necessarily having each person have to sit down at the laptop and do that, or if it works better to make sure everybody has a login. For department heads, at least, we are limited by the number of logins that we have. And
Well, not everybody has a laptop.
right, yeah. So allowing whatever the situation provides, we'll leave that up to department heads most likely. But yes, it's a great resource that's becoming available to us, and John Wagner and the rest of the CTSI team. Great getting that.
Nice platform.
So, considering the fact that, 2 gentlemen have already finished and I have 30 minutes left on that,
I
Sorry.
can't see actually it's finished.
would you like to keep your motion, or?
I would. I intended to also include in that motion and then provide Braden the certificate.
I think you say those are coming to you directly. Okay, okay. I believe we should all furnish that to you, anybody that does finish that. I'm not sure.
You don't get a copy of this certificate?
Might be able to access it on my so
Figure it out.
look at that, but one way or the other,
Well, yeah.
having a certificate.
Sure, if we make a county, it's gonna be a program, you're gonna do this with everybody.
could you restate your motion, sir?
Yeah, my motion was to require the Board of County Commissioners to take those 3 leadership classes. I, a copy of it.
I would second. Any further discussion on that? I would say that, since we are almost all in completion, the pertinent part of that would be that we make sure we get that to you so that you have it on file, and I would say that, we could do that with the other department heads as they take those classes as well. That could be part of that, just to comment on that. Other elected officials, I think we can ask them, but not require them to take it.
I didn't see where you could get and request a certificate. Did it come automatic?
I'll check.
Sent my 3 to Braden yesterday.
Did you come automatic?
No.
Any other discussion?
May I, Deb Adams here, may I comment?
You may?
I did send all of you an email this morning at 7:44. It was just a list of links of top leadership books. So along with whatever workshop you take, there are so many good books to read on leadership that you can do at your own time, at your own pace. And I think this would apply to anyone. I also included basically creating a goal of reading. So I hope you will take that email to heart, save it, and you'll see that on the list, some of the same books are repeated over and over again as the top leadership books. And I would just add that to your arsenal of developing your leadership skills.
Thank you, Deb. I did see that email. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else, any from the floor here? So those in favor of, requiring the BOCC to take these 3 leadership classes and provide documentation to HR, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. At this time, I know that we're limited on time for Clint. Would you gentlemen like to amend the agenda to have our executive session at this time and give the audience a break and then reconvene?
So moved and include, executive session be held upstairs.
Yeah, you guys stay down here and eat all the donuts. I want to stay here. You guys go upstairs.
Okay. So I have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second on that?
I'll second.
A motion and a second to, amend the agenda and go for our executive session. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Let me get this thing out of here. I have to,
So I would move we go into executive session for the, receiving legal advice.
Second.
motion and second to go into executive session for legal advice. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Bill?
Aye.
Motion carries. So at this time, let me get this. It is, February 16th, and the time is now 11:40. For the record, I am the chairman of the Board of County Commissioners. As required by the Open Meetings Law, this executive session, we will not be recording this session for legal advice, correct? So this session will not be recorded. All those present at this executive session will be Tom Flower, Kevin Day, Bill Kanda, and Clint Smith. Will Kelly be at this executive session? I believe so, yes, so Kelly Kemper will be there. Again, this executive session is for legal advice. And I caution each participant to confine all discussion to the stated purpose of the executive session and that no formal action may occur in the executive session. If at any point in the executive session, anyone believes that the discussion is going outside of the proper scope of the executive session, please interrupt the discussion and make an objection. You may now stop the recording. Hey, this is Kevin Day, Chairman of the Board of County Commissioners for Custer County. The time is now 11:59, and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were Tom Flower, Kevin Day, Bill Kanda, and Clint Smith. It was not attended by Kelly Camper as previously stated. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Hearing none, we will reconvene the county commissioner meeting, and the time is now 12 o'clock. If you could make a statement for us, Clint.
Yes, the executive session was for the sole purpose of receiving, the Board of County Commissioners received legal advice from me. Discussion stayed on topic, there were no decisions made, and, county attorney, I believe all the statutory requirements for this kind of.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time, sir, and thank you for bearing with us.
Yeah, I mean, you need.
Have a good session.
Thank you. Yeah, see you later, Cliff. Thank you, girls.
After our executive session in regards to legal advice, I would like to make a motion at this time, and I would move that we direct the county attorney to respond to a demand letter that we have received by
You know, just say demand letter.
just to respond to the demand letter that we received, and for him to formulate a response to that. Okay, I have a motion on the floor and a second to direct the county attorney to respond to the demand letter that we received. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Next item on our agenda would be consideration of a letter of support for the Rye Telephone Company, LLC Rural Utilities Service for a Reconnect grant application.
Yeah, I put this on, I sent you guys, the note from Rye Telephone Company last week, or when we met. And all I did here was, write a letter of support for their application, supporting the fact that they were doing. I took the letter, instead of making it a form letter as a citizen, the way they did it, I took parts of it and made it, make some sense. I can either read it out loud if you want me to, or
So that everyone's aware of it, we can read it, if you'd like to.
Let me read it. So this is, to the, it says, Dear Rural Utility Service Reconnect Grant Committee. This is the committee that they are applying for the grant to. Custer County Board of Commissioners are pleased to have the opportunity to write a letter in support support of the Right Telephone Company LLC application for the Rural Utility Service Reconnect Grant. The county is very much in need of affordable access to high-speed broadband services. We are disadvantaged compared to the population centers of the Colorado Front Range due to the lack of access to reliable, high-speed internet service. Lack of sufficient bandwidth has limited our ability to consider and implement education and economic development programs, such as, but not limited to, connections to telehealth networks, distance learning at all levels of students, especially community college, streaming video for education, healthcare, employment, etc. Connections to corporate network headquarters and increased employment opportunities for county residents. Sincerely hope the grant committee receives the grant so that we help fight the trend of rural populations migrating to urban areas and encouraging smart farming and advanced agricultural techniques. Response and attract employers and small businesses to our county. Contact, we can say, feel free to contact us. Please call 719-783-2552, and that's for our new admin to answer and questions fixed. Find the commissioners.
Is this a form letter they sent us?
Yeah, I sent it to you last week, I think, Tom. It was from David Shipley. And he has the area, it's a small area in San Isabel where they don't have connectivity, and they're putting in the fiber. A grant would put in where they don't have access now. Dovetail in, our fiber broadband program is complementary to it. I can resend it if you don't have that on. Got it? So I took that form letter, which they had, that mentions all those things that are the buzzwords for the Reconnect Grant Committee.
Make a motion on that?
No, I just said I'd read it. But I'll move that we do it. I move that we support this and sign the letter, send it to the right time.
Second. Okay, we have a motion on the floor to sign this letter of support for Rye Telephone Company for a Reconnect grant. Any discussion on that?
Assuming we have an address form.
It was just email it back to them. Shipley sent here.
I'm glad you brought up that it was for the San Isabel area. That was something I had seen in that initial letter, I think.
Yeah, it did. His initial letter said this, says, and has the picture with it, it says, hope all is well, Rye Telephone Company will apply for USDA. 180 dwellings in San Isabel Lake, encompassing a portion of Custer County. Fiber and premise, template, have everybody signing his, check boxes and all that kind of thing. It says here, just, he was asking for it to be sent back to you.
So I think, if you could reach out to him, I would say, and get, find out whether it's emailed back or get a mailing address for that.
Yeah.
Forward that.
Okay, any further discussion? Anything from the floor? I have to remember to do that. One time I forgot.
Only once?
I was trying to
It'll
catch it
keep
all the
happening.
time, but the one time I didn't, for sure, I missed it.
Make sure you got it.
Okay, so those in favor of signing the, letter of support for the Rye Telephone Company in regards to the Reconnect grant, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
You have these letters.
Okay, next item that we have on our agenda is discussion of the Justice Center. The work session that we had scheduled was actually canceled. So what is your gentleman's pleasure here today?
Put this on.
I think it was, we had put it on initially because of the fact that we were gonna have that work session before today.
We just need to pick another time to get together.
I think we probably do need to have that work session, and, so that we can move ahead with this. Is there,
How about right after the, well, I don't know, I'd hate to try to crowd it. I won't be able to do it for it. Toe fixed.
heard that, would we like to set it for Wednesday the 2nd in the afternoon?
BOCC workshop.
Yes, in regards to the Justice Center, be the same workshop that we had scheduled previously.
Who do we think was gonna go to that?
It was going to be the three of us to discuss how we move forward, and then, depending on what we decide we need to do, that would, dictate who would be involved
Next
moving
time.
forward.
Okay. What day did you think?
I was looking at, Wednesday, March 2nd in the afternoon. We have a BOCC in the morning. (1:30) Okay, so if we could do that, then we can figure out how we're gonna move forward. From there. 1 second. Don't get it on here, I will not have it. I will be in the boardroom. Do we have any other additional items of business? Yes, sir.
I do, sir. I got three, actually. This is one of the reasons I asked Deb to come back on. Tourism Board voted not to lend their support to House Bill 1117, so I'd like to ask Deb for some input on that.
Are you with us, Deb?
I am, and I did send, all of you an email, that followed after our discussion about that. So, you know, it was something that was really brought up by Telluride and Crested Butte, who are extremely flush with funds. But, as the email, kind of discussed, that for the smaller communities, it could hurt us in the long run. So I believe that more than likely, it will still go through the legislative process in the state, and then it will be up to each county to put it on their ballot to approve or not approve. So The main thing this particular week is, you know, you had requested that we write this resolution, but then when we came together and discussed it, it was something that we did not want to support. So that's why we did not, you know, copy that resolution and put our name on it. And we are keeping tabs on it each month as to what is going on with this particular House bill. But, you know, the rich counties, they often get their way. So that's why we are hesitant to say it's the right thing to do.
I think I saw in your email that, I believe it was the CADMO, or we're coming down neutral, basically, so they're not supporting or against either way. Is that correct?
Yes, and so, you know, like I said, more than likely it's going to go through the process, and then it will come to each county as to if they want to do it or not. Now, I know we discussed it at the last meeting when you brought this up. And, you know, it's a scary thing to put forward just because leadership does change. So you want to make sure that we are solid in our approach. And even though, you know, we discussed, would tourism budget be impacted, and we say no, you guys all said no, but what about if somebody feels differently and tourism funds are all taken to, you know, give to some other project that has nothing to do with marketing? So that was our hesitancy, because our market is probably, our budget is probably one of the smallest tourism marketing budgets in the state.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, CCI took a stance of support on this. It was a priority bill. It was one that we asked our lobbyists to carry forward for us. So I guess the question then is, do we send a letter of support, or do we just let CCI's position of support represent us? CCI's request was actually to ask the tourism boards of each county to support it. So we've already voiced our opinion county at the legislature.
Yeah, and like go ahead.
No,
Kevin.
go ahead, please.
Well, so like I said, I mean, more than likely, because of the power that is behind this House bill, more than likely it's going to go through the process. And my understanding is that when it does, it will be up to each county to adopt the resolution. So I think even if Custer County doesn't put forth anything, things will still move forward, and then we will have to look at it again. And that particular House bill is on our agenda every month, so we sort of know where it is proceeding. So we're not ignoring it. We just feel that it is not in our best interest to say that this is a good thing for our county.
Yeah, this bill, I agree. I don't think we have to do anything right now. It is a little unclear how it either helps or hurts us, to tell you the truth, until we see more. Well,
yeah, so the thing that amuses me is, as you know, it is often stated like we're going to become like Aspen or Crested Butte or, you know, all these rich, fancy ski towns. And what's funny is that this is something that is being proposed by those rich, fancy ski towns. So since we don't want to become like them, I don't think we need to agree with them.
That's right, and we can spend the money how we want. I mean,
no, we can't.
No, that's not what I meant.
No.
It'd be within the bounds of what they're giving it to us for. Right now, all we can do is advertise people that come from the outside in. If we can use it for things that are good for us, have the tourism industry here.
Bill, so we can use it for marketing, and marketing comes in many different forms other than just advertising outside of the county for people to
Yeah.
come in. And that's why,
Right.
we're helping the heritage centers with their marketing pieces. And that's why we're putting together the guidebook, because it's marketing. So it's a very expansive definition of marketing, which is how we spend our money now. And 2021, I have to believe, is just a totally fluke year of how much money we brought in. And when things get back to normal, whatever normal will be with COVID, we will probably be back down to an annual revenue of under $60,000, especially if we take into account that currently, when we had short-term rentals of about 70 in the county, my report that I got from Jackie only shows currently that 36 properties have registered for a permit. So that's going to impact our budget as well. We're not concerned about it because we feel we are very good stewards of our financial responsibility, but that will impact us. And so this bill that says, oh, spend the money however you want, well, we're spending it how we want. We don't need another thing. Now, I will say that if it does pass, where tourism would look at spending other places would be on trail maintenance or infrastructure that benefits the visitor experience. But we're not at that place yet.
No, that's exactly what I meant when I said we could spend it on how we want, meaning what is the right way to do it for our tourism industry later on.
Yes.
You're right, that's all I meant by it. I don't see any reason why we gotta act on anything right now.
Well, I concur that. And really, we will pay attention to it, and I could keep you up to date after we have a board meeting. Okay, this is the status of House Bill, but I'm sure you're all paying attention to what's going on anyway.
Okay,
Thanks, Debbie.
thank you.
Is that all you need me for, Tom?
Let me look here. I think it was, let me get back to my notes. Yes, that was it. Thank you.
Okay. Have a good day, gentlemen.
Thank you for
Bye-bye.
sticking around.
Yep, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
And my second item was to, maybe have a discussion about, Dwayne McFall's email. I don't think you got it because I don't, as your email, it's not rocket science, to figure out what your email would be, but,
Who didn't get it? I got it. You didn't get
Kevin.
it? Kevin, you didn't get it?
So, I'll read you the email from Dwayne McFall, Commissioner from County. Hey, did you guys get the email from Scott James about the opposition to collective bargaining? They are trying to get all against on the record to send to the bill sponsor. I did not get a specific email from James. I know the bill he's talking about, obviously, but he said, we're totally opposed to it. It would kill the county and more so the smaller ones like yours. But I will let them know you're going to discuss it. Please let Scott know as soon as possible. I would bring it up. Look real quick. There's a bill that it would have, I don't know when it goes to the legislature to allow local employees to enter into some kind of a bargaining contract. And see what CCI felt about it, if I can.
I did receive an email from Eric Bergman.
Yeah.
That,
The US 24 project with the shortfall.
this email I got was before it actually came out, so it does not have a number on it.
funding swap. Why? And there's a need to move dollars around, but the issue for Custer County is the timing.
I'm thinking it was Senate Bill 9.
What do we let them know?
Well, I think he would like us to oppose that bill, wrong bill.
He's not ever stating the bill.
Kelly, have you seen anything about it?
I have not.
Bill basically wanted to allow employees to engage in a collective bargaining. And as I understand it, the problem with that is, let's say our employees join a collective bargaining agreement with Pueblo County, El Paso County, Douglas County. I would imagine they're in the hundreds of millions of dollars in their budget process, and so what might fit for some large county is not gonna work for us. We can't afford it, we don't have the money. So, I was trying to see what the stance was CCI took on it. Obviously, I didn't do a good enough job of getting prepared to have this discussion, but I got that email from him yesterday.
That is very urgent, it only got a text to us. From Scott James, collective bargaining.
So with that, I'll let, sorry.
No, you just said
Perhaps, yeah,
Scott
if we
James.
can,
And then the third thing I wanted to bring up was this press release Commissioner Canada mentioned earlier, why it wasn't included on that. I know you guys can't answer it because you didn't write it, but I don't have any idea about what press release you were talking about.
But I sent it to you, did you get it?
No,
What, you didn't get it?
which I think is just
Let me
a
resend it
bump
here.
in the road that leads to the bigger picture of, do the commissioners have any input on press releases going out on our behalf?
And that, actually, we did, that she asked for comments. Corrections. Follow up on it. I'm gonna resend that to you, though.
You and
Oh,
Kevin were
here's
the only
a-
names on it? You and Kevin were the only
Yeah,
names on the email?
That
I will
was.
look at that and see.
Scott James says the update on collective bargaining process on Monday at 4:30. Leave it. Custer in there. I have a Senate bill. I don't see that. Let's see, I thought, let me find out here, I'll see.
Yes, it was, two of us on that email.
Read an email. Put on any.
Let me send this to you, or did you already send it?
I will forward it.
The
Okay, you should have it, sir. The only other thing that I would have, while we're waiting to see if you get that and stuff, when we came back and finished up our board appointments, did we end up including my name on the 911 board? Well, I brought it up for discussion because of the fact that they put me on as vice chair. Yes. I would if you were so inclined.
What are you asking for?
We are. So I would move that we, in addition to myself, and return to appoint Commissioner Day to serve on the 911 authority.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to include Kevin Day, as well as, you two gentlemen on the 911 authority board. Any discussion? Anything from the floor?
Usually hold office.
Yeah, I told them it all depended on that, so, those in favor then of adding my name to the 911 authority board signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries. I will let them know. You receive that?
I did.
And in that, she referenced the press release put out by Custer County Economic Development Corporation. And then gave, I think she used, some excerpts from the meeting when that decision was made.
Yeah, I got it, and I sent back a comment.
What prompted all this? The article in the paper or what?
Yeah, the, article in the paper, and then I guess, Reggie was on the Facebook, and it was all talk of what's going on here. Made sense to me.
I think what precipitated it was a release put out by
both.
Custer County Economic Development.
But my comment was that before after you did, I guess. You hit the nail on the head. It's good press.
Well, it's your opinion, you're welcome to that. Don't have to agree, but
That's okay.
we need to clear up how we're gonna approach press releases representing.
All three of us should have been on that note.
Representing the Board of County Commissioners.
Right.
Press release is sent out for Board of Health or, for Public Health, that's different, but I'm assuming this is specifically about the Board of County Commissioners.
Well, I agree, and I honestly didn't even look. I just applied. All three of us, I know Kevin did, I thought you did too, Tom. All right.
We'll try to make sure that everyone is included and moving forward as well. Now we need to make sure that, our admin is included. Again, I know we struggled with that before with Tina in our own emails that we sent out, so, I'll kind of make a conscious effort to make sure who we're carbon copying, make sure that everyone involved is included.
Well, I would ask you gentlemen your opinion as to why we voted to postpone submitting this to the feds. You spoke to it earlier today.
I did, yes. And I will restate it at this point. In my conversations with Christy Doon from DOLA, again, she thought it was a good project, would love to see it back, but she wanted to see it back after our issues were addressed. So, would be the overheights with the BZA, and then the special use permits for the tower sites. That being said, I also had a conversation with, I believe, Trent, EA, Economic Development, which is the federal level. That was the grant that we were making the decision on whether or not to submit that day. And I visited with him. I was not able to make contact before our meeting that day, but I did talk to him later that day. He reached back out to me, and I explained my reasoning there, and it appeared as though he was in agreement with me there. I told him that I did not want to get in the same boat with EDA that we had been in with DOLA, where we made an ask for money and had it approved, and then we're unable to use the money because we did not have our issues straightened out, and makes you, for lack of a better term, at least appear to be a bad partner if you're making these asks and then having to turn the money back because you were not able to finish the project for some reason or another. That was my reasoning for that, and that is my interpretation of what we voted on that day, was to hold off on the vote, or on submittal to the EDA, till such a time that we had the overheight and the SUP process taken care of, and at that time we could submit to the EDA and also resubmit to DOLA.
Yeah, and I guess I thought, Ed got an extension for a couple of weeks and then, yeah, but maybe
They had voiced a short window, in which case, and I think you spoke to it in an email, that we could have, the EDA actually closes out the 1st of March. So they were hoping we could have the process done by the end of this month. There is no way we can go through that process.
because of the notification requirement.
So that was voiced at that meeting. That may be why it was interpreted as it was by Custer County Economic Development. That is not what we voted.
Well, and in fact, in that meeting, and she referenced it here, the 31st, we actually discussed it. He brought it up wanting us to continue, knowing that we could not meet the zoning requirements, the hearing. They wanted to go ahead and, Christie told you to pull the money back. Now reapplying, talk about what would it take to match whatever it was 50-50 grant or whatever it was. Not only was it clear that it would go through and hadn't gone through the processes yet, wasn't clear yet how we're going to get the money to match it. You had to have committed, I don't know how many $1,000, 100,000, whatever the match would have been for $1 million. That would, if we applied for it and we didn't get it through zoning, hanging out. So that's when read the quote she took them from the, discussed. And you pointed out, Kevin, just like you said, it's a good project. We have issues. We've never been hearings on it. We have an overheight issue. That's with the SUP. Shouldn't have been, it should have been done before it got here. Canada followed up saying, I agree, done. Valuable project. Sure that we do it right. So, process to get started now. We don't have a grant. Decide how we spend a little bit of remind everyone we do have a fiber program, and then Tom comes in and says, brought the discussion to a decision by no means the zoning regulations. There is no way the project could be approved by the BZA before the end of February. We all three voted unanimously that while the project is a benefit, it must be done correctly. County projects must meet the same required by the county residents. Or clarifies it up. We didn't cancel it. All right.
Any more on that? Okay, so I guess my takeaway from this would be to make sure that we have, make a concerted effort to make sure that everyone is included, needs to be included,
And that's normally the process. She's aware of that.
Send her an email and ask her.
Copy what?
Did you copy everyone on that email?
I didn't get a copy back.
it is, there is an awful lot of reply alls that,
I hate reply alls.
and you don't like those, but, there's a lot of that goes on just to make sure everybody hears everybody's response, but,
No. You're too new.
In just a second, you will.
It'll benefit everyone on this side.
Anything else from you gentlemen here?
I don't have anything else to say.
Kelly, anything from you? Now, you may have the floor.
Well, so the mumbo jumbo y'all are talking about, with DOLA, with DDA, is relevant, BZA, SUP, you might want to decide that.
See, I told you you were
Okay.
new.
Stop in the street, you're sitting there with a document in front of us.
That was,
Use this stuff, and how can we know that y'all are actually acting in a prudent manner?
If we can't understand the language.
so that is,
What is it about?
that's a process commonly referred to as the Six Towers Project that was, initiated some years back.
35 years ago, before there was a satellite.
And they had, it was for broadband in the valley, intended to reach a high percentage, say up to 80% of the residences in the valley, by using towers, with an ISP provider on these towers. They were awarded a grant from DOLA, which is the Department of Local Affairs, for $1 million.
State Department.
And they were in the process of, it's been a long, drawn-out process getting all of the engineering and everything done on these tower sites, and they had to change a couple of sites. The grant was extended 2 or 3, I believe 3 times, and then expired. And so that would have to had been reapplied for, although they were, they think it's a good project. The EDA, which is the Economic Development Administration, thank you. So, and that was that's a federal agency. DOLA is state, and we were in line for what they would call a 50-50 grant on that. Had we applied by the end of last month, but then we still would have been required to reapply to DOLA who also wanted us to have these issues with the overheight, which has to go to BZA, which is the Board of Zoning Adjustment in Custer County.
They're pretty friendly, I heard.
They can be, but that is a process that has to take place, and then if those tower sites were to go past that on the overheight, then it would go to the Planning Commission, with an application. Each of those would have went to that commission for an SUP, which is a special use permit, because in Custer County, we have, the only thing allowed by right is agriculture and residences. Anything else that you do requires a special use permit. And those are the two issues that need to be addressed. Cordola would like to see this back. It is a little bit of an arduous process because of the notifications. You have to send out registered letters to the adjoining property owners, public comment.
Public hearing.
And the whole 9 yards. And so, that is my statement that we need to have those addressed before we make the ask for these funds, so that we don't burn bridges.
So did the ISPs already get their money? Don't get any money yet?
No, there's $1 million for this program, DOLA, with a 50-50 match, and it was gonna be matched by another grant on full terms. So it was $2 million without any county money other than county money. That was good, except the county had to commit to maintaining the towers for 20, and become a service provider. Had to make sure you had the ISPs renting space. We never got a commitment from any ISPs. There's a business, plan issue that the EDA had, and make sure of that, and then the other people, before they were even gonna accept that, that's probably the first step. You gotta make sure ready.
Well, my research from moving in, broadband, maybe, like, Starlink is gonna.
When you say broadband, it's broadband, fiber broadband by satellite, broadband by towers, all different.
Other past used to be my.
That's true, that's always been an issue, and that, but what got in the middle is COVID, and probably, time to see, maybe the hearings would have taken place on rail. That's why DOLA extended it the first time, and next time they did it was because we had to make sure we were hearing right places. That cost us a little money. And, then here, now we're up to give the deadlines that DOLA has, and there's no, gotta stop, get rid of that money. Obama era money. Now, broadband, there's a lot of money for broadband right now, but I go apply for it.
No, that's fine. There are a lot of acronyms that get thrown around, and half the time we're struggling to keep up with them as well. So, thank you for your question on that. Anything else? I would adjourn this meeting at 12:48.
Like a plan.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I'm hungry.
MCE, what is it?
Most violent employee.